And Michelle, we got the. Hold on, it's amazing something.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hear you here.
Can you hear me, Susan?
I can hear you, but I didn't hear your counterpart.
She was
Not
whispering.
your Lindsay.
Sorry.
Teacher voice.
She's a little out of
I have
practice.
never whispered in my life. Yeah, that was.
Okay. We're good. Hello. Janine, thank you for those articles. I had already planned the agenda as I told you, so I didn't get them on, but I do have you guys down presenting 2 and 8. Correct. Thank you. Yep, and we're working on getting that printed right now. We're gonna go ahead and get started with Article 11. Passing around now. In addition to the new article that you guys are getting, we also have a separate copy that you can pass out as well.
Thanks.
Everybody has both pieces. Both. Yep. Okay. I think we're good. Okay. So starting at the top of Article 11, we're here. We are in agreement for A1 and 2. I do want to bring your attention to A3. We want to flag this section on pre-service days. We've heard during the past few weeks that during pre-service week, there were members at some sites that didn't get a duty-free lunch because administrators had members working through their lunch to get their 4 hours of admin directed time. We are asserting that our members have access to their duty-free lunch as stated in Article 10A2. We are in agreement on A4. And down to A5. The way that BEA defines collaboration is member-directed time to work together to meet the needs of our students. While BSD often uses the word collaboration, they use it to mean cooperation. In your view, collaboration is when educators simply comply with administration mandates, which minimizes educators' professional judgment and their lived experiences. You say that you have a lot of interest in admin, you say that there is a lot of interest in admin controlling collaboration time, even though we haven't seen any data to support that claim. Therefore, we are reasserting the current contract language of 4 hours in both sections. We are also clarifying that the lunch is duty-free.
Which brings us down to D of that same section and continuing this conversation around collaboration. You will see that we are reasserting a PD calendar, and we are doing so for a couple of reasons that are outlined in our language here. We heard you when your team stated that collaboration is a part of our strategic plan. Confusingly, though, designated collaboration time for elementary specialists, electives teachers, singleton teachers, among others, those opportunities no longer exist in our district. It is our position that it is BSD's responsibility to provide the time for educators to collaborate around content-specific PD, and that time should be available to all members. And we see a PD calendar as a tool to achieve that goal. You have both the ability and the opportunity to work together here on a PD calendar to ensure educator access to meaningful, aligned, and intentional PD. Yet you rejected that opportunity without any rationale, which once again shirks accountability. To that note, we are seeking some accountability in the final sentence, which reads, "The district shall create this calendar no later than the October statewide in-service or October 15th, whichever comes first."
Bringing you down to 6, which is the part about late start and early arrival. Early release, excuse me. So we're seeking a little bit more understanding on this part. The second piece that we handed out is the MOU that was developed in 2016 for the or maybe 2015, but for the use of the 2016-2019 school years. You said that you hadn't looked at it yet or hadn't had a chance to. We thought we'd get it in front of you so that we could. It's our understanding that this MOU took hours to create in a joint committee. So we need help understanding how your 6 sentences in a contract could be sufficient for a similar concept. We also don't recall you sharing an associated cost with an early release or late start. You have said our members communicated a problem, but you are unwilling to involve those members to help construct a solution. Again, doesn't make sense to us, but power and control. And for that reason, we are continuing to reject your language. Which brings us to B.
Can I ask you a question on this?
Yep.
You're not presenting this MOU as a proposed, this was informational from your perspective.
Correct. Thanks for that. It is just an example of a lack of understanding how what you have proposed could possibly be similar to that work that had previously been agreed upon.
In 11B1, we are reasserting the addition of ACE and CTP into the conference language. On that note, we have a question about MOUs versus contract language. On August 20th, you rejected without rationale the opportunity to codify conferences for ACE and CTP in the contract. 2 days later, BSD sent a quote, time-sensitive, end quote, MOU to BEA leadership to establish those very conferences. We signed the MOU because conferences are of an immense value to educators, students, and the families they work with. What we need to know is why some practices like the aforementioned conferences and the Job Expo, both of which have been in practice for multiple years, are not ready to be codified in the contract and must remain as MOUs, but you insist we codify a hypothetical half-day release schedule into the contract instead of collaborating on an MOU when or if the district is ready to make that change.
We're in agreement on the rest of B. That brings us down to C. C1, we're in agreement on. C2, we are reasserting current contract language that would read, prevent the district from meeting required instructional hours set by ODE, as well as that last part to ensure compliance. Some of our members work here within the district, some of our members who work here within the district have children in other districts, and it would greatly disrupt their ability to balance work and home. That concludes Article 11 and our proposal for it. I do want to share some final thoughts. What we're finding to be a trend is that when it comes to holding your educators accountable, you are very quick to quantify and identify concrete measures and dates But when it comes to accountability for administrators and district management, you swiftly reject attempts at establishing quantifiable expectations. Just a noticing. And with that, we're ready to move on to Article 9. Have any questions about Article 11?
I don't. I believe it's your last proposal reasserted, isn't it? Did I miss something where there was a difference from your last proposal?
In that section?
No, just in the entirety of it.
In 11? In 11.
Yeah, well, yeah, help me out. I can have your prior one. in
Sure.
front.
Oh, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, thanks, Emily.
We have adjusted the date in A5D. It was previously a September date. We decided to make it more perhaps doable or flexible
Got it.
for your purposes.
Thanks.
Okay, we move on to Article 9. Article 9, that very first paragraph before A. There's been no changes. I apologize, sorry. Just so-
I think we were getting.
Everybody good? Okay. We're actually in agreement on the entire first page, so we can flip to the back of that first page, which should be 3 room clears. That first paragraph under room clears, we're in agreement on. We did change the very last piece just to simplify the reference to read 4A, as it still lives within the article of 9, and your guys' proposal had 9.4A, 4A, I think something like that. This is just to simplify that. The second paragraph, there's a couple of changes. We're clarifying that the support should come from an administrator or the designee. We also want to clarify that classroom limited the scope, and we feel that environment is a more inclusive word. So those are those changes there. We are also at the bottom of that second paragraph, adding a non-exhaustive list of examples of possible supports that could be offered. We are in agreement on that top portion of 4 to be struck. That brings us down to A, behavioral referrals. We heard your objection was that it should be a different form for all levels. We actually believe that it should be a singular form. And the reasons are is because we feel that this form is to identify, is intended to collect data. It's not intended to be a problem-solving tool. Specifically for those tier 3 behaviors, which we see at every single level. So again, that's singular standard district form. We also added in the parties will negotiate this form.
Where are you at? Sorry.
Sorry, I'm in 4A,
Okay, thank you.
the behavioral referrals. Do you want me to read you the language as it would read now?
I have it.
Okay. We feel that this is another opportunity to leverage the expertise of the professionals within our district to collaborate in creating this form, and another thing that we are happy to work with you on. And the rest of Article 9 we are in agreement on.
Better question on the room clears.
Yep.
Your language there, shall receive support from an administrator or designee. Can you talk a little bit more about that? I don't live it, but I would imagine in some cases like the custodian might be involved in putting a room back together. Would this prevent that, or like, am I reading too much into administrator or designee?
Let me just discuss it with my team before I answer that, just to make sure that I have an appropriate correct answer.
Down in the behavioral referrals, that sentence, the parties will negotiate this form. Is there something, I heard you talk about, leveraging expertise and working together and stuff like that. Is there some reason why, when I hear negotiate, I see this forum that we're sitting in right now as opposed to this, a smaller, more kind of directed, focused conversation about something? I mean, is there something magic about it having to happen in this type of a forum as compared to a smaller joint kind of exercise to develop that forum would be my question.
Okay, I'll write that down, Brian, and I'll put an answer for you.
Okay, thanks. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Before we move on, Lori, I actually wanted to come back to a comment that you made at our last bargaining session. You said that in your building that you asked your members what supports they need and that those are agreed upon and provided, which we all think is absolutely wonderful and fantastic and great. But we know that that's not the standard in all of the buildings. And what our intention here is to negotiate a contract to set the standards in all of our buildings to make sure that our educators and students have what they need. So we did want to acknowledge, we heard that and we appreciate that is what is happening in your building, but that is not standard across the district. And that concludes what we have prepared to present at this time.
The items. Oh, they're printed up. Everybody have to? Almost. Okay. Good, all right,
Yeah.
So, on the first part of Article 2A, we looked at, what was, counter to us on 5.2, and we changed it back to 120 days. And then we also, gave an explanation about the dates when we do, public information. So June 1st and August 1st of each year, the district shall provide the association with aforementioned information about new employees who have completed the hiring process the new school year after August 1st. So those two dates would be the ones that we changed it back to.
Can I just throw in something that the after August 1st goes along with the next sentence, right? So that preceding is like you're hired maybe in April, but you're not going to start until next year, right? And then obviously after August 1, then it reverts to the standard within 10 days piece.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, that was probably self-evident.
No, that's fine. And then if we go to, excuse me here, C4. So we've had conversations back and forth about, with our pre-service and new employee orientation. And so we may ought to have one for orientation each year, but we have one at the very beginning and the new staff academy. And I also wanted to revert this to Johanna about that, right? Or for I wanted to talk about what happens in building with hires with regards to when we start. It start now, start later.
I think it's just important to be aware of how much the staff member has on their plate once the school year has started. And the level of support that is required to get them to get acclimated to a school building. That I feel that it's super important that that is purposeful, that is immediate, and that is more meaningful, and that it happens in the building. Sometimes buildings have different priorities, And getting acclimated to those priorities, at least to me, is very important to support the staff member through this transition. Because it's a lot coming in, even like 1-2 weeks. We've been in that situation and we want to make sure that it's super meaningful and targeted and purposeful for that person.
So just to kind of summarize that. So our language is allowing for the 30 minutes that we have shared in the past or allowed in the past for the association during pre-service. And asserting that we may have other orientations we don't at this time that are scheduled centrally. And then in the event that we don't have district-wide orientation scheduled within 30 days, we will follow through with that language in 5, where we will work with the association for a 30-minute block of time during the employee's work.
Moving down to 7, if you'll see here, we are amenable to a joint contract training, but we're proposing slightly different language. You propose that we would have a contract length session during the first 9 weeks of the academic year. We are proposing that we have it the first 12 weeks of the academic year. Following ratification of a new contract, we feel that reviewing the new language and changes will be beneficial so that everyone knows what adjustments have been made in the new contract. The last piece here, we are proposing that it be voluntarily attended out of respect for time and commitment for all of us. Everyone has very busy schedules. We would hope that everyone would see the benefit of a contract training, joint contract training, and would choose to attend. But we also want to honor time and other commitments by making it voluntary. And so we would hope that individuals would attend that. So that's our language there for the contract training.
So the next piece I want to direct you to is in E5, I think, if I'm not mistaken, your last proposal eliminated E5 because you were seeking to eliminate the 150 days, and we reinstated it because, as you'll see, if you go to the next page on age association release time, we feel like the limits that are stated in our contract currently are important for maintaining continuity of instruction and the experience of our students and their good parameters. We were always willing to work with the association if there's unforeseen reasons that we need to mutually agree to extend any of those. So we have left our current language of 150 days. We did increase the 10 of the days that may be used by any single BEA member to 20. And so that's where we landed on that piece. I think that is it for any changes or updates on the. Any questions?
Yeah, I have one. It goes back to the 7, the contract training.
Yeah.
What would you propose happening for administrators that are new to the district after a ratification, but on a year that you're proposing they're not getting contract training?
We're proposing that there is one and it's in there.
Right, so hypothetically, the ratification training would happen next September, but that would be for the length of the contract. What happens if an administrator is new to the district on year 2 or 3 of that? Based on your language, there wouldn't be the contract training. So what would you propose happen for that new administrator?
We do embed the contract training and updates and reminders in our work with leadership and the superintendent's leadership meeting and in principals meeting. So that's embedded throughout the year. We try to make it timely. Okay. I think I missed a piece that I'd like to just mention in H. We struck through the final part of that paragraph. And we're thinking that this language was back when the VP was halftime release, I think. And so this language says if the president needs to take a leave, that we would extend leave to the VP, but the VP's already on full release leave, so we thought maybe this language has outgrown usefulness, and that's why there's a strike through with that.
I think you guys proposed to strike.
I was
it as
gonna
well.
say, are we talking about the language that we've already struck?
That's the problem when I don't have the
Yeah, yeah.
blue one in front of
Yeah.
me.
It's
I'm
just-
not, I
it's
just
the
want to
same
make sure
strikeout.
it's the right one.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry for the repeat.
And then also just for clarification, that 20 days is picking up our proposal of 20 days in association release time. That's correct?
Correct.
Not have any other questions at this moment?
Can I go back to the contract training?
Yeah,
And your question, so that the date and the contract training, I feel is just a moment in time and it's important information, but I feel like the document is a living and breathing document that we use throughout the year, so we always have touch points with our administrators to look at contracts and the language and make sure that they understand. We partner with, during our weekly meetings with BEA leadership to make sure that if there's a sticking point, that we both as HR and district help our administrators understand the language and make sure that it works with both parties. So I get what you're saying, but that's a moment in time, but we can do that throughout the year. And I just wanted that to be stated.
okay, thank you.
Yes.
Next we have Article 8, which is that's good.
Anita, I'm so sorry. I just had a couple of requests at our end. If you could speak just a smidge louder.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Are you ready? Great. Is Matt starting?
No, I don't. I can just cover the first page real quick. A1, I believe we're in agreement on, those were just changes. Previously, we had agreed to use the phrase bargaining unit member or members. Down in 2B. Where we were figuring out what abbreviations we were using, I think we're POA and PAI are now consistent. Those two. If I'm missing something, let me know. C, we have agreed to your proposal to use within the past 8 academic years. We had been proposing, I think, the last 10 academic years, and so we've agreed to past 8. For either side was proposing a change. 5, we were both proposing a strike. Section B, evaluation of students, I believe that we have been in agreement on. Section C, adverse criticism, what would now be bargaining unit members. I believe also we've been in agreement on. I think that takes us down to D2, which is math.
Correct. Yeah, we've agreed on D1, the language there. For D2, academic freedom, we believe that the proposed language you rejected is important really for 2 supporting ideas. First of which is to quell the idea of professional judgment, state and federal mandates being the only components driving instructional practices. We believe and are committed to to the reality that the district policies and practices also play a significant role in these decisions.
Thanks, Matt. Anybody, I can't remember if anybody else had anything on that. Okay. E, protection of bargaining unit members, et cetera. E1. I believe we are in agreement on E2. Also, I believe that we're in agreement on, we have continued parties to kind of go back and forth on E3, and I believe that was Shirley and Veronica.
Yeah, and for E3, I think for the most part, we kept most of the language except a keyword where it talks about just where it says damage or destroy as a direct result, actions taken against their person or other intentional. We added intentional back, act of destruction, while the bargaining unit member was acting in discharge of their duties within the scope of their employment. Then that last, you had added a phrase that said this language shall be construed as pertaining to commonly occurring, and we didn't accept any of that. Instead, we added this line, and this is language we used back on May 30th. This language shall not be construed as pertaining to accidental damage from students. And we thought that was a little tighter because that accidents will happen, and the way it was written, we were just concerned about the amount of incidents that happen in a school setting, and therefore us having to look at each and every one of them over and over.
If I could add to that, an example would be students that might be in a specialized program, that maybe they're working through some of the lagging skills in social emotional and might not intentionally, because of their disability, grab someone's classes and break them. So not being intentional, but it is as an accident, of course, due to their disability.
We have some questions.
Yes,
Right. So, two things. One, for you, Veronica, but first for Matt. Matt, I am very interested to know whether you, in our previous discussions of the academic freedom language, we expressed our deep reservations about not knowing what the known universe of what is and is not a district guideline. Has your team considered that further, and can you give us any sort of differentiation between what is a district guideline and what is not a district guideline?
Sure, I think we discussed at least the first obvious example that comes to my mind are standards-based practices. You won't find those practices explicitly laid out in federal or state mandates, but they are clearly a practice of the Beaver School District, which we would hope all teachers participate in.
I can think of another example. If we adopt an adoption or material selection, and I, as a teacher, I'm expected to use this, but I don't want to, and I want to use something else, that would be another example of that.
Okay, so I hear curriculum materials, and can you repeat yours again?
Standards-based practices.
And I guess my question, is that something promulgated by teaching and learning, or does the board vote on this? What is the decision-making process? Walk us through that, because for us, the big reservation was understanding how that decision is made, who makes the decision, and how it's communicated.
Sure. Actually, it happens at both levels. There are levels where the board will make a decision at the policy level, and then TNL would be tasked to develop the administrative regs to support the implementation of that policy. So it actually happens at both levels.
Okay, so it is codified policy and regs.
Policies and administrative regulations, guidance, which would come through like an adoption process.
So guidance would be a guideline.
And
So it's-
TNL,
Basically, anything the district says or thinks or does.
but
Well, I wouldn't be so flippant with it, but it's usually also involves a lot of teachers working with.
I was gonna say that, like, every material selection is not, TNL leads the structure of it, but it includes educators, and that's true for any assessments we do, any screeners we adopt, we get teacher and voice, an educator voice.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I think even the rubrics for assessment are linked with teacher input.
That's good to know. Thank you. I guess going back to you, Veronica, the word intentional seems to be causing some concern for y'all. Can you unpack that for us? We want to understand.
Yeah, I can unpack from me, as my perspective from a building administrator, and anybody can help me with this. There are a lot of things that happen in buildings, where kids not intentionally cause damage. They do, and, if I can, go back to my years as a building, and even as a teacher, things got broken. And I know kids didn't mean to break it, and it was an accident. And I think that's very different than a student who's upset with me or upset at a teacher and either takes their phone and on purpose breaks it or does something intentionally to cause harm to the teacher. And I think that's the thing, it's it is, right, where in my, me as a human being, it's gonna be subjective for what intentional is or isn't. And I think we're trying to figure out what's the fine line like there.
Okay.
I think I would piggyback on that, we've agreed to expand this section. As it was previously written, it was limited to assaults. And so we were agreeable to some expansion of it because we heard that as a priority from your group. Our feeling is like any expansion of it has some difficulty to it. Your language referred to mishaps, which kind of has the same problem in my mind. Like, how do we know when something's a mishap? How do we define that? And I hear you with that criticism. How do we know intent, or how do we know? I agree with both of those criticisms, honestly, and I feel like we are stepping out a little bit by proposing to expand this beyond its current scope, but we are a little bit wary of how much we are expanding this, quite honestly. So, deciding what's intentional or what's not, that will be a fact-based, will involve some assessment of people's mindsets, which is always difficult. Agreed. I think we're struggling to meet your need to expand this, but make sure we also have some guidelines around it so that we don't end up with a significant amount of liability beyond what we currently have in the contract. So that's our struggle. We have the same conversations in caucus. Is there other language we could use? How else could we describe the situations that we're talking about here, that we feel like are appropriate for reimbursement? And it is hard, once you get beyond what the current guideposts are.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, Lori, right?
Or B.
For B. That was me. Okay.
Yeah.
For B, I think we had previously been proposing, you wanted more detail on the reporting system. And we included the reporting system shall at minimum include fields for employee name, work location, location of incident, and description of incident. I believe the piece that is left out from your list is individuals involved. We looked at the reporting form and it specifically says, don't name the student in this form.
Or the staff.
Oh, does it say that as well?
I missed that last piece.
On the work injury form, it says in several locations, like in the ghost font in the boxes and in the instructions, it says, please do not use student or staff names. Until you get to the witness box, in which case you click witness, yes or no. And when it comes up, yes, then you can put the name and phone numbers of the witnesses to the incident. But in the reporting form itself, in the risk management work injury report, it says specifically not to use names.
Thanks, Lori. Then language that's also new to this proposal, the sharing of information piece, we've added upon request by the association. Not more frequently than monthly, so it could be a monthly sharing of information, but our preference would be that we were prompted to provide that information. And I think we then just abbreviated it a little more by saying the district shall share information about the reports received. So that language is new. 5, 6, and 7, we do not have disagreement about. F1. First paragraph, F1A, I don't believe we have any disagreements about F1. All of that, quite honestly. Unless I'm overlooking something.
Is there a reason why C was eliminated or C?
Course. Hold on, we go F or C. Or where you help me with where you're at.
After the B we were just talking about, there was a C. Both,
Oh, thanks. Yeah, thank you. I think we feel like there are a number of forms that staff utilize. We don't know that a training is necessarily appropriate for the use of the system because we feel like, number one, we already put people through quite a few trainings. Number two, we feel like it's something that probably can be addressed, as it currently is. There's somewhere along the lines where you're right now, informing people about that form and where to find it. I'm assuming building folks can help me, but, we have the form now. People are successfully filling it out. So it didn't feel like the training piece was necessary. And at building folks, I mean, how would you anticipate you would make your staff aware of that form and how to fill it out?
We bring it up beginning of the year, and then any time we have any sort of injury, we immediately have this staff member fill that out and submit. Okay.
We do it in our pre-service training at elementary.
Thanks. Thank you for reminding me about that. G. We do not have any differences in our proposals. H, we continue to have the same disagreement that we've had previously. I've talked about this before. I think we've both recognized that the current state of affairs where if somebody filed litigation, then they were not allowed to file a grievance. We can't maintain that as our current standard, but we've gone back to sort of what was the agreement of the parties or the intent of the parties in adopting the language that's currently there, which from our perspective was to kind of codify the fact that there's going to be a venue where these issues are addressed, not two different venues. I've talked about the district having to defend twice and our feeling that that's unreasonable. And so we've tried to, give people an internal dispute resolution process. There are many in the policies that are related to these topics as well. But we continue to believe that it's unreasonable for the district to have to go through both potentially an arbitration and then an agency process or civil litigation or something of that nature. And so that's why our language has remained in section H. We were happy with the current language, but we cannot maintain it. That takes us to physical environment, which I think is Kurt's.
Yes, so this one's timely after last week's temperature. So physical environment, we have some movement on this one. Starting at the beginning, we are in agreement with the opening statement about the district will comply with state and federal laws. We're standing by those guidelines, OSHA guidelines, really guiding the specific actions that are necessary to ensure the health and safety of our staff and students. We did add language though in the second section, hearing your concerns about specifically what are some of the opportunities available when the temperatures do rise. We added the middle line there. If the condition occurs during the workday, the bargaining unit member may work with their administrator to find potential mitigation measures. This last week gave us an opportunity to reflect on some of what those mitigation measures are or have been. This week or last week showed us examples of we were able to provide portable AC units and fans to schools who had lacking or AC that wasn't working. Currently, all of our buildings have some form of climate control. Most have permanently installed, and there's one building that has window units currently, but all have access to climate control. In addition, we brought in 2 contractors to assist maintenance staff so that they would be ready to respond to staff concerns about climates, just to be ready to be proactive, that we thankfully knew the temperatures were rising in advance. And so we were able to coordinate the contractors to assist the maintenance staff with issues as they arose. And then also centrally tracked school issues and deployed maintenance staff as necessary throughout the days. And then worked closely with building leaders as they also are aware of their sites more intricately to be able to arrange for alternate spaces within the buildings. If they know that maybe due to the location of a classroom, it may get more sun exposure, similar to our house, you know, many homes, parts of our homes may be warmer than others due to its location and proximity to sun versus shade. Our building administrators worked to predict those to the best of their ability and provide proactive relocation measures to staff. So those are some examples from this last session, and then continuing to reflect upon what did we learn from these experiences and how we can continue to improve that moving forward. The third section on ours, I believe we're in agreement there. And then that brings us to the final section of we are holding to communication will go out to the affected bargaining unit members and not accepting the all staff communication language there, really with the intent of we want communication to be meaningful and relevant and not overloading. And so those impacted or shared a concern will receive updates and communication. But if it's not relevant to everybody, it may become overloading to get messages about an issue that is in a different part of the building or may not have a direct impact on their particular situation. And so that's our intention with that. And that concludes the changes for I.
Thanks, Curtis. I don't believe either party had proposed changes to J. I believe K we had come to an agreement on, and then L, I think might be an Erica.
So you see on, we've come your way on this personal life section here. We've adopted most of your language. We feel the need to add language that clearly states the nexus between personal and professional. So you'll see that we've spelled it out here. We've added those parts down there where it says members' execution of their professional duties, work performance, school operations, student relationships, statutory responsibilities, or is otherwise related to the work is clearly where the nexus lies, and we wanted to spell that out there.
For article 8, is there any questions?
We're definitely gonna have some follow-up questions, Curtis, to your physical environment statements, but we'll wait for those after we call this.
I go back and ask a question. I'm sorry to go back, but it takes me a little bit to kind of think through things and work things in my head. I hope that's okay.
Yeah.
But on Article 9, Section A, the 3A, or 4A, behavior referral. I totally hear you when you say you want a singular form to collect data, and I think uniformity is important to get accurate data. I truly believe that. But I also believe that when we gather data, it should be something that's responsive and actionable. I don't want to have people do something and just collect it and it sit there. I think it's important that we do something about a problem, in this case, finding trends, if that's the case, whatever it is. So I'm wondering if the need for a singular form is because you would like consistency on specific fields. And if you guys would be open to someone proposing, okay, these specific fields are important because we want to gather this information from all buildings in this district. But depending on the need of the building, on the diversity of the building, we can have some input on additional fields that might be important to that building, to that group of teachers and students. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think that I can simply say, yes, we're open to something like that. We had a very similar conversation on our team about certain fields are important across all levels, but that there would be possibly some fields that would be relevant to specific levels, but a unified form with variation in what boxes are selected, I think we'd be open to it.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yep. So I think that concludes what we both have at this time. So I am proposing an hour long caucus to look through some of the proposals and come back.
Sounds good, thank you.
So sorry, I say that like, let's go, but I have one more thing. It was brought up and we just wanted to make sure that your team understood it, not as a hypothetical. We really are interested in the answer to Adam's question around why you feel that some things are okay to write an MOU on and some things you want specifically on the contract. We really are looking for an answer to that so we can better understand your why.
Sure. I mean, I can't speak to the specific piece where that came up. I can say generally, in MOU, we would often use when it maybe it's not as durable, or it may not be as kind of lasting, or we may not project it to last for as long. It may be more temporary. It may be a trial type of a situation. It may be where we feel like we're going to have to make adjustments over the years or over time, where we don't know all of the answers yet. Where we're comfortable committing to something for a period of time, but not necessarily indefinitely into the future. So there'd be those would be a number of situations where I think MOU would, or maybe it requires a level of granular detail that we feel like is not necessary for a collective bargaining agreement in order to apply. I think the specific situation where this question was raised, that we will have a counter proposal for you on that piece. We've had conversations as a team on it.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I think that one will get resolved. So I'm trying to speak with more kind of generality.
Thank you.
May I add to that?
Yeah.
I just really do appreciate the question, Adam. I think it's a very good question and we will discuss more and get more details, especially pertinent to exactly what the pieces under discussion are. So, thank you.
Thank you.
See you in an hour.
So, we have some answers to the questions that we heard your team ask prior to August, and we also have some questions ourselves.
Okay.
But we recognize that you guys have something you want to pass. Do you care who goes first?
I know,
Okay.
it'll all get done at some point, so, yeah,
So then I'm gonna go ahead and go with answers to your questions as best as possible.
okay.
The first one, is for Article 9A3, the room clear section. There was a question around whether or not it could be a custodian that could respond to help support the environment. No, our language isn't intended to preclude a custodian from helping prepare a learning environment. However, we would like still to receive support from an administrator or their designee.
Got it, thanks, that's
Yep.
good clarification.
The second one is also in Article 9. This one's A for administrative support. Behavioral referrals. Brian, you asked, what environment we envision that form being bargained. We proposed a form, on May 30th,
You proposed I'm sorry, a
a
form.
form.
I got you.
So we proposed, a form that we thought would be a working form for this. And would love to hear a response or a counter to that. It was never, to our recollection, brought up again.
Gotcha. Okay, well, that is the article that we have a counter proposal on, so, and we did make a change in our
Okay.
language, so maybe that'll spark some conversation or kind of move us along.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Yeah, and then we have some questions.
My questions are, our questions, they're not my questions. Our questions pertain to Article 8. For y'all, and just after our caucus discussion, just have a few for you. So starting up in 8D2. We looked at some of the, took some time to look at some of the newly added board policies. And we're seeking some understanding about why the language was expanded to include those specific policies. There's one around field trips, there's one around religious exceptions, and we're unclear about how those policies specifically apply to a section on academic freedom.
I think I can speak to that. When we first proposed this, I think, I recall we said that, here's our first run at the policies that most speak to classroom practices or what a teacher might deal with on an ongoing basis, but we're open to looking at others or moving in other directions, but it was intended to be capture the policies that speak the most to classroom practices.
And they certainly affect instructional time, right? Say that again, Lori, they certainly affect instructional time.
Instructional time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Moving on down to still in Article 8E3, down to the section on property damage and harmful acts. So we have a couple of questions here. First and foremost, Shirley shared an example about, for example, a student, in discussing the word intentional, a student who perhaps is in specialized programs and is lagging in SEL skills, might grab glasses off an educator's face. In that specific example, is that educator not reimbursed for any damage there?
Correct, because it would be an accident, it wouldn't be an intentional. In regards to the glasses, the student coming, let's just say towards the person and intentionally grabbing them because of their disability.
Okay, so then my follow-up question would be, taking that kind of to a logical conclusion, does that mean every specialized programs teacher who works with students who are lagging in special ed skills, none of that damage is going to be reimbursed for things that occur from students that are, quote, not intentional?
If it's due to their disability, it wouldn't be intentional. So that's one of the examples that we had shared. And that's one of the many that we could probably provide too.
Okay, then
thank you for that. Zooming out a little bit, then how is intentionality determined? Like, who gets to decide that, and what are the criteria for this is intentional or not?
And I think that's part of our discussion that Brian had kind of mentioned a little bit earlier, that it's probably some of, collecting some factual information, gathering information, what actually happened, because we don't want it to be subjective, right? Like, the student did it, it was intentional, but maybe it was because of a disability. Like, for example, I'm thinking of special ed, right? If a student maybe has in their behavior support plan that they might just, show some physical or be physical within the classroom, then we know, oh, it's not going to be intentional, it's part of their disability, right? So that was part of the example that we had shared earlier.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if I'm exactly clear on how intentionality is determined.
Can I chime in?
Please,
If you don't
go
mind.
right ahead. Yeah.
I'm just thinking about, as you were speaking and Shirley was speaking, I was thinking back on all of the teachers I've worked with in the last 28 years. And how all but maybe one or two has been completely dedicated to a deep relationship with their students. And I would assume that is common throughout our district. So, with that said, people get to know their students. And so I like to make sure that teachers have a way of forming their own judgments around what is intentional and not intentional, because they know their students. And they know what is kind of a regular occurrence for them, or what might be seen as out of the norm, or, and that may be a function of a disability, but it may not be. And that sometimes kids do things intentionally to try to cause harm, but also the kids that we work with in elementary schools are between the ages of 5 and 11 or 12 on occasion. And so they're still little children without a fully formed frontal lobe and all of those decision-making, executive functioning. And so, we really try, I think, to really honor the judgment and expertise of our teachers in defining what that intentionality, and maybe we ask some questions, or maybe we tease it out together, but we're a team, right? And we are working to support students.
Absolutely. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Logan. And I want to echo that, because I want to make sure that our members do have a part in determining that intentionality.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Just one more quick question, kind of thinking back to those specialized programs where students might behave violently, related or not to their disability. What sorts of personal protective equipment does the district provide for those educators working in those programs?
We have provided, it really depends, right? If staff are asking for support, it could be like, are we needing more supports for math, right? Really keeping students safe. It really is based on what is the support that is needed, right? Because is it some training that needs to happen? Are you asking specifically of like physical equipment?
That's kind of what I'm thinking, yeah.
Okay, math would be one. Trying to think of the other ones. Yes, the face covers. The protective sleeves, I forgot what their name is. Yeah. Those are something I can think of right now.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I appreciate all that information. I think it's unfortunate that we're asking certain teachers to show up in classrooms every day and just take injury and damage as part of the job. But that's what I'll say that. I find that very unfortunate. I'm going to move on unless there are other questions.
I have the question on Article 2. We did
Oh,
have,
wait, I'm still on Article 8.
oh, I thought you were moving on.
No, sorry, I'm still on Article 8. And I got you. Okay, sorry, thanks. Still on Article 8. I'm gonna roll down to section I, physical environment. And Curtis, as you mentioned, we had some educational experiences last week. in the heat. Well, we've heard some things from our members, and I want to clarify because you said that every site has climate control. We've heard of temperatures in the upper 80s and even 90s in some of our classroom spaces. So I'm wondering when a statement like that is made, does that mean working climate control? Does that mean almost working climate control? Like what is the extent? And I don't need a full rundown of every work site, but I'm wondering what is the extent when we say every building has access to climate control? What is that?
Lindsay, I appreciate that question, and I like the phrasing of it as an educational experience last week that we shared, yes. Currently, every building has access to climate control, and it may look different depending on the site. Some are window air conditioners, as I understand it. Some may be chillers, like water chillers, that chills with the blower, the air through the building. Some may be actual air conditioning units. And we recognize too that some of those systems are maybe newly installed, some may be more aging and require some maintenance. And so the efficacy of each individual unit does vary throughout the district. And that's where, again, we are very fortunate to have the community support that we have, to have the system that we have in place. And it is incumbent upon us to maintain those and service those. And that's why the district is making the commitment or the investments in the maintenance staff. For example, in this time, knowing the temperatures were going to rise, to be able to proactively bring in contract staff, contract workers to help support our HVAC crew, knowing that the demand for those particular days would be higher. But certainly hear you that the efficacy of the units does vary, throughout the district between all of our sites. And it's important that we keep those up and respond to issues that we hear about where it may be warm or hot in this particular location, that we make sure that the equipment is operating effectively.
Thanks, Curtis. I appreciate that. And I'll echo, it does vary. It's a wide variance. In y'all's proposal, specifically in the second paragraph,
I have to clarify.
oh, sure.
When you say it's a wide variance, are you referencing temperature? Are you referencing conditions? What are you referencing?
Yes, I'm referencing, well, I'm referencing many things. The temperature, we heard from folks last week whose rooms were 65 degrees because the air was doing so great. And then in the hallway, on the other side of the building, it was 85 degrees. So not only temperature, but also just a wide variation in the functionality of the HVAC systems. In the second paragraph under 8I there, y'all propose language, if the condition occurs during the workday, the bargaining unit member may work with their administrator to find potential mitigation measures. And I'm wondering if y'all could give just a little bit more information about what that might entail. What does that look like when you're working with an administrator for mitigation measures?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we've discussed several of the mitigation measures that we used this last round. They can include, for example, location change to a different part of the building if the different part of the building is available. Knowing that some sites may have that luxury, other sites may not. The administrator would also have access to maintenance and custodial to be able to request if additional fans or portable ACs need to be delivered or brought onto site. So really the administrator could be the liaison, if you will, between other departments to help coordinate bringing in additional resources as may be the case, or looking for coordination within the building to find alternative solutions within the existing site.
Thanks, Curtis. Speaking of location change, if, for example, a PE teacher who is in a gym doesn't have air conditioning and it's 100 degrees outside, I'm in that particular example, I'm just struggling to think, where does that large PE class go?
for the day, and I don't know if you have a particular answer or idea for that type of situation.
You know, I can share, certainly not the answer, because this is far from a pinnacle solution, I'll acknowledge that. But what I have heard from colleagues who have experienced this as of last week is that really the priority is upon safety, right? And making sure that individuals are safe. And so in collaboration with the principal, decisions were made last week to say, hey, we're not going into the gym, we're not going outside during these times. Instead, here's an alternate space during which you can find, potentially an alternate activity that could be, watching a film that's associated with the content to some degree, but really, again, it is okay to maybe deviate from the prescribed or the instruction on that particular day in the interest of accessing a space that may not be the traditional venue for that classroom, but is more conducive to the temperatures.
Thanks, Chris. Do you, I know you're not the facilities guy, but you're answering my question, so I'm gonna keep asking you. Do you have an idea of, like, for example, last week, when someone was like, oh my gosh, there's hot air blowing in my room, there's no air blowing in my room, oh my goodness. Do you have an idea of the response time that folks might have waited, like educators and their students might have waited before somebody showed up to try to address that problem? And I'm not talking about admin, because like admin are here, great, they show up. What the response time is before like a maintenance worker is there, or there's actual cool air blowing, or there are mitigation measures that have been achieved.
Lindsay, that's a great question. I don't have an estimate of what that response time was. Maybe some of my colleagues who were in the schools, if you made any calls, can share kind of what your experience was with the response time. But I could certainly also get additional information on that particular question from the department.
That would be helpful. Absolutely. Thank you.
Do we need the principals?
We've had that situation at Jacob Wismer, and we got on the phone immediately with maintenance, and within an hour, we had somebody check on our HVAC, and mostly sooner than that, but up to an hour maybe.
Great, thanks, Liv.
You're welcome.
That's fantastic. We also have examples of buildings that waited almost 10 hours for a response.
One more quick question just about that particular section. If the admin is absent, on that particular day, because they're in pool somewhere, making good decisions, right? What would be the recommended procedure in that case? If like, oh my gosh, my room is 86 degrees, but my admin is out.
The head foreman usually handles that. He's usually the person that makes, or in my building anyway, it's a he who makes those decisions and calls and gets people on the phone right away.
Great, thanks, Lori.
And if the admin is out, they have a designee.
We have examples this last time as well, as where a principal may be out, so it may have been the AP, but then also that chain of commands would be as well, at least for the communication. And so the designee could then become that liaison, as I mentioned before, between departments.
Just want to draw attention to the fact that sometimes the designee is also out for the identical meeting that the administrator is out for. So the designee being the person that would be responsible to support in that situation. Moot point sometimes.
So in the student conduct plan, there should be a space where you write alternate 1, 2, 3, and 4. At least that's what we have. So the likelihood of all of us being gone at the same time is less. So the more designees you can have, the better.
I guess, guaranteeing that we have everybody's attendance ahead of time.
And then just one other question, and this is the next paragraph down, about communicating with members who have reported physical environment problems. And we had proposed communicating with everybody at a work site, and y'all have come back with just the affected members. We have found in discussing with members that if something is impacting colleagues or students, especially in a situation like last week. They want to know what's going on, what the disposition of the problem is. We're wondering if you have specifically heard from people who have said, no, too many emails, that's not something that I'd like to hear about.
The answer, I'm gonna go back to my principal days is, I've heard that about many of my emails, but on this topic specifically, no. But I have heard concerns in general about the volume of email and prioritizing the content of what is sent. And so, but to answer your question directly, I've not heard it on this specific topic.
Thanks, Chris. Any other questions on 8? Okay, thanks, Judy.
Moving to a question on Article 2 and thinking about having new staff academy after the start of the year. We heard the urgency of getting new staff into the building while also taking into account how much there is for that person to process and learn and set up and all that jazz. And so there was the desire just to have the building support that staff member. But obviously we hold a fairly large new staff academy in the summer. So my question is, what information does BSD provide during new staff academy that would not be considered important for all new hires to know?
I think we'll have to probably caucus and we'll get you an answer on that.
That's the only question we have for Article 2.
That concludes the answers to your questions as well as the questions we have at this time. If you guys want to present. Up next. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh, yes, on the-
Very. Oh, yeah.
Everybody have that? Okay, I'm gonna just kind of start out, but then a couple of other folks on our team will take over from there. I think that most of our language on this article has been resolved, so we've been really looking first at section A3 on room clears, and we do have a modification to our proposal there that I'm gonna have Ron talk about. One piece I just wanted to mention in that last sentence of the first paragraph, bargaining unit members would report room clears via the student conduct form identified. We left it at 9A, 4A. 4A is fine. That was just an oversight not to take out the 9A part of it. So I think that's what you had in your proposal, which
Yeah,
works fine for us. So I just wanted to cover that part. So now I'm gonna turn it over to Joanna, if you don't mind.
Sure, we wanted to honor the request of having a singular referral form, but we are changing the language to a standard district maintained referral form instead of singular. We agree that there has to be a level of commonality between school to school district wide, and the referral form may have different versions for each school level, but all versions shall include standard required fields that are jointly agreed upon the district and the association. So that's what we added.
So that's down in 4A, kind of the middle of that paragraph.
Correct.
And then, John, I don't remember if you were gonna talk about the room clear piece up in 3A or if that was somebody else.
The room clear is,
Lori, okay, great.
We were talking about room clears as being a consequence of an event. And so we were wondering, I think this is probably more for the group that works on the behavior form, or the referral form. But we might want to consider using that as a consequence, as one of the consequences of the incident, so that we can have that recorded in the same form instead of having an additional form to maintain. Does that make sense? So when we have to clear a room, that would be a response to a behavior, right? So that would be somehow delineated in that form so that we could keep a record of that. Could that meet the needs of? Could possibly meet
We
that.
hear what you're trying to explain. We'll discuss
Okay.
in caucus and get back to you.
We also have a change in that second paragraph under room clears, where I think we've adopted majority of your language. We do have the language there about support from an administrator or designee. So that is as you had proposed it. And then we also included, you had proposed what we had not included previously. You had proposed kind of a list of possibilities there. I think we've adopted most of those. The one that we didn't adopt was extended contract time to allow the teacher to reset the classroom. And again, I think that was something that maybe the building administrators were gonna perhaps touch on. If I remember it correctly, that was not typically something that was utilized in those situations.
Brian, can I clarify, you just presented on 4A, but you just jumped back up to 3, is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
just trying to keep you guessing.
You're fine.
So where it says supports may include but are not limited to providing coverage to the impacted bargaining unit member, additional staff support in the classroom and assistance cleaning the classroom. So my understanding from our caucus was that we typically didn't utilize extended contract in those situations because the goal was to get things put back together as quickly as possible, prior to students returning. But again, I'd invite any of my administrative colleagues here to add to that.
Yeah, what I shared was just my experience at the elementary level, and typically this was when, because it doesn't typically happen in middle or high, but kids destroy a room pretty much, but at that point, it's all hands on deck. We put the classroom back the way it was as much as possible before the kids even return. And I think one of the questions we had there was if it's possible to have I don't know if we left it on there about having an adult come and help. But
Yeah, I think,
yes,
Suzanne, I think I addressed that question too.
So I think if everything you put on there is what we do, and I think it's good to list it, and I think I never had, and speaking to my colleagues, any instance where we had to offer extended pay for a room to be put together, because when there's a room clear, it is a big deal, and we want to make sure that that teacher is supported.
I think the remainder of the article we were in agreement on. My recollection is those were the sections 3, 3 on room clears and then 4A where we had differences. So we brought a new proposal on each of those sections.
Thank you.
Yeah.
At this time, we, as I shared with Janine, we would like to engage in a conversation around flex.
Yes. I would like, Colleen Swihart and Colleen Nicodemus to come up right now. And do the video. Right. Yeah, right there, right there. Yes, right there. I find it. Oh, yeah. Got it.
That's, speak for yourself.
Thank you, Ben.
Emily, were you saying something first? Yeah.
No. I mean, yes, I am saying something. I'm waiting for the video to be queued up because I don't want to have you rush to that. Hit play.
How wise you are. No. Pause for just a second. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Okay. So just want to make sure is everyone ready to hear things? Because things are going to be said one way or another.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. And I just want to say before I say anything, how wonderful it is to have our guest speakers today. And I want to remind everyone that they are engaging in protected concerted activity. So that being said,
Thanks, welcome.
so we are going to be in, Katie, do we have the copies of, yep, do you guys have the copies of Flex? Yes, well, wait, yeah. We will be representing an article that addresses new worsened working conditions at Flex Online. There are some differences within the proposal, but the key fact remains unchanged. Only BEA has attempted to address Flex Online's unique mission and student population. On March 7th, we proposed a new article to the contract that would address Flex Online's unique working conditions and students. Prior to this school year, Flex Online instructors had only taught remotely, but did offer in-person social and enrichment opportunities. We sought to codify what makes Flex a unique benefit to the BSD community. This proposal was met with only, "We are not interested in renegotiating this," signaling to these educators that their working conditions did not merit effort, attention, or care from your team. As this video of their working conditions will show, this apparent apathy may be more widespread through the district. We want all of you viewing this today and viewing online to understand that district administrators have been in possession of the raw footage that contributed to this clip for almost 2 weeks. This is not a surprise, but this should be an embarrassment to anyone who genuinely cares about BSD educators and students. Good play.
Flex staff was informed on July 19th at 11:16 a.m. that the working conditions and locations for the upcoming school year had been significantly changed. The justification for this change was as follows. This standardization brings our staff into parity with other district staff and removes the need for a specialized MOU to accommodate working remotely from work sites other than BSD workspaces.
Better than her. That's how I feel when you said this to me. Now, Alyssa, I see you in here. Good to see you. You're in the wrong class, girl. You need to be in first period. Could you hear me? Could you hear me over the voices? I said first period. Yeah. You need to go to first period. So find your class and go to a different one. All right, I got another kid coming in who's not supposed to be in this class.
Interacts as a productive team member and understands various decision-making strategies and plans effectively. And finally, there's a both of these pieces, we're kind of bringing this in so all the squares can be somewhat equal.
Teachers are teaching in closets and recording videos in closets. Teachers are teaching from sidewalks because the road noise is less intrusive. Teachers are teaching from their cars and recording videos from their cars because it's quiet.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah, because these are the noise canceling headphones. So we're not supposed to be able to hear the background noise. I can't hardly hear you. If I talk, I stop hearing Tori. But when I stop talking, all I hear is Tori and then a little bit of you.
Confidential, this is awesome.
What? What is awesome?
This is not awesome.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
This is what our teachers in Building 5 have to walk through just to get to their workspace every day. It is a maintenance storage shed in a maintenance yard. They're not allowed to park in the maintenance yard or parking lot, so they have to park outside of it and walk through it to get to their storage shed so they can teach remotely every day.
All right. I was just saying that I know. Just great. I think I had something great. Talking to the chat. I was just and showing on the homepage and kind of seeing what we're working with.
We have a question, or just if there's a discussion question we're asking, or if I'm doing a poll or something, just make sure that you're participating. The whole point is to make.
Course code, but is that not working? So what we're covering in class. Oh, good. Okay, it's 100%. Try refreshing and see if that fixes it.
That we're going to be using, I apologize, that we're having a little bit of hiccup right now when it comes to technology problems. And so we will have to use this regular Zoom for today. We're hoping that we'll be able to use class for Zoom starting tomorrow.
Either in chat or using your microphone or submit your SMART goal on your phone. Oh.
So right now you should see my car on the podium, if I built a car on the podium. Is that correct, Ezra?
Do you know this book? It's good, right?
Yes, I love this book.
Okay, so this one, just decide some different questions.
Play that before the remaining class. Play that again.
The office. Or you can submit work from the day. Are you good? Yeah. So somebody asked.
And showing on the homepage.
Okay. Hope those of you watching virtually can hear me. Sure. Equity is not equality, which is the rationale offered in the decision cited in the email cited in the video. Flex, for those of you who aren't familiar with its awesome work, serves a unique population of students. Students who need the flexibility of online instruction because of athletic and creative pursuits. Students who need the flexibility of online instruction because of who need it for creative pursuits, students for whom in-person instruction is too medically risky, or for whose medical treatment demands frequent absences, or students for whom just day-to-day in-classroom work life is too stimulating. How does any of that raucous serve those students? It is difficult not to view this video as further evidence of how BSD continues to value power and control without accountability. Why direct educators to report each day in person before adequate spaces existed for them to teach from? We don't have any compelling reasons for why this directive was issued, and all administrators queried about it have denied direct knowledge and responsibility. Be that as it may, This lack of accountability has led to the conditions that these two teachers will describe. Let's start with Meg.
I joined Flex after discovering the potential of virtual education during comprehensive distance learning. Before COVID-19, I was skeptical about virtual education, particularly for students with special needs. However, the onset of the pandemic and the shift to CDL changed my perspective. While teaching a specialized placement classroom during this period, I saw firsthand how challenging the virtual format could be for many of my students. Yet there were a few that truly thrived. They were able to learn from a safe space and make significant academic progress, which had previously been elusive. I observed these students achieving milestones that previously were out of reach for them. When we returned to in-person classes the next fall, these same students were not just participating in inclusion opportunities during their grade level specials, but they were also making stride academically. It was clear that for some, online education was a game changer. It was allowing them to learn with less anxiety and far more successes. They could access the academic content unencumbered by the overwhelming stimuli of an in-person classroom setting. In standard buildings, teachers have a dedicated teaching space. Remember open concept classrooms? This is an educational philosophy that is known to be problematic at its core. The very nature of it at best creates a distracting environment and at worst leads to overwhelming chaos. In any case, it in no way supports our students' ability to be successful. The issues we are currently seeing at Flex greatly resemble those that we're seeing in open concept learning environments. Our students are experiencing that overwhelming chaos while multiple instructors teach different lessons within earshot of each other at the same time. For many of our students, these are the very reasons they came to Flex, to get away from the overstimulation of a brick and mortar school. What our students are experiencing now is not supportive. The learning environment has become intolerably chaotic. It's terrible for our teachers, and it's even worse for our students. I've personally spent a lot of time on the phone with parents, talking them through this change, trying to work through solutions to accommodate student needs in this new environment. I am frustrated and even angry that I have very few solutions to offer. And none that my students deserve. We are trying to mitigate the worst of a problem that was created by a solution that literally no one asked for. Requiring Flex staff to report daily to a Beaverton School District site before an appropriate space and infrastructure was ready harms not just the teachers. It harms our students. We should not be asking families to choose between a noisy but synchronous learning environment and a quiet, asynchronous experience that is statistically less successful for adolescents. This is not equity, nor is it even equal.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Swihart. I've been a science teacher for 30 years. This is my 19th year in the Beaverton School District. I applied for a transfer to Flex when it first opened 5 years ago. I chose this new challenge because of my previous interactions with online learning. A couple decades ago, I worked remotely for the Southern Oregon Education Service District to help students earn credits towards graduation. Around that same time, I also created the first online class at my regular school. I found that working remotely with students allowed me to build unique relationships with reluctant learners. I was eager then, and I remain committed now to this new challenge. Everyone at Flex has worked tirelessly to create a supportive environment for our students. Undoubtedly, the last few years have presented a multitude of challenges due to COVID, compounding the increased anxiety in our students. We continue to support many students who are reluctant to return to in-person learning, as well as in-person students with medical conditions, such as cancer within them or a family member. Sports that prohibit traditional school schedules, bullied students, and students that join and leave Flex as their personal situation changes. We have new students transferring in each week and meet each student where they are in their unique learning journey. We provide a way for our students to stay a part of the Beaverton community while dealing with these situations. Our flexibility in working with students and families throughout the day requires a quiet space for multitasking Zoom lessons, email responses, phone calls, meetings, and of course, daily lesson planning. There is no quiet space in this new workplace environment. We also make videos to augment lessons and record verbal feedback for our students. For 4 years, your Flex teachers have created a unique educational experience for your online students. Our new working conditions are unconscionable. The effect on our students is obvious, as the video showed. Previously, flexibility was part of what made Flex unique and a crucial part of serving all of Beaverton students. We offered robust opportunities for in-person events, social clubs, labs, workshops, and art exhibits. With less space because everyone is reporting to work each day in crowded facilities, our students may have fewer opportunities. The decision to return us to a district space each day does not improve our students' learning or further allow us to meet each student's needs. Flex has a special role to play in educating Beaverton students. A significant portion of our students under other circumstances would not graduate, would not even matriculate. In a district that prides itself on making data-driven decisions, I ask, where are the data that led to the decision to return us to a building? In a district that prides itself on social and emotional learning, where are the data that show this change is best for students? In a district where everyone is supposed to belong, where is your effort to facilitate this connection? No one has been able to tell us who made the decision to return us on site or why this decision was made. We ask again, what problem was fixed by returning us to buildings? Article X, as Emily will describe, supports the flexibility of our school to support diverse learners who cannot or will not attend brick and mortar schools. Help us preserve what is unique and valuable about Flex and engage us in a conversation about our working conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So after all that, we actually do have a presentation of an article. And I actually am going to defer to Katie Lukens, who had the honor of working at the Flex worksite, to walk us through what we've got.
It helps, you know, it might be helpful to have our initial proposals to document set out. Because we have made some changes.
Can I ask you something before you For some reason, I have two versions of the March 7th. Trying to figure out which.
The
How I got
one
that.
that goes through each.
Yeah, that's the right one.
Yeah.
Got it. Thanks. One that goes through age.
All right, walking through this article, A is exactly the same as our initial proposal. In B, we have added the line in lieu of reporting to a BSD worksite each contract day. We felt that this, while that's a substantial change, made it very clear the intent of this article. Our initial C and D, we have both struck, so they are no longer on the proposal that you have in front of us, because we believe and have agreed in other places of the contract that a member is allowed to use their leave regardless. Continuing on down, so the new C is the old E, which is the same as it was in the original. D is the new one is the old H. Around secondary bargaining unit members shall be assigned no more than one rep per period. We have struck the original F around elementary teachers shall not be assigned more than one grade level in a school year. And then we have left E as it is with bargaining unit members shall be provided at least 2 copies of all instructional text. And as we clarified in our initial, this is the teacher's edition of an instructional text. This is not that they would receive 2 full class sets. They are receiving 2 educator editions of instructional texts.
Do you have any questions about this proposal?
I don't, but.
Yeah, I don't either. I think
We'll bring it cut.
you walked us through where you had carried things forward from the prior proposal and what's gone. So they will follow that pretty well. Thanks.
We would like to go into caucus, probably for about minimum of 20 minutes at this point.
Right after.
That's perfect, thank you.
Sounds good.
Are we waiting for a few of your members?
Yeah, apparently.
Just Susan, right?
Yeah.
I had to go back to.
Oh, so she's not gonna be returning for now?
Susan is.
Susan
Oh,
is.
I just missed
Johanna is.
Got it. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. Matt left. Matt?
Yes.
All right. Matt, he also left.
Thank you. Janine, do you want us to wait for Susan to go over?
I would, yeah.
Okay, she's totally fine.
Oh, they should have heard that. Things that.
You want to say something first or us?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay, all right, great. You want to start? Sure, well, yeah, just want to thank you for the presentation and for the people who spoke. We will have an answer to you at a later bargaining session, but we would appreciate it. Thank you.
And then you had asked last session, for us to have dates.
Yes, please.
And we do have one, we're working on a second one.
Okay.
The first one we have is, October 24th. And for some reason the time is not. And then we're looking to have one sooner than that.
So
But,
something,
but we have to meet with our team with scheduling and stuff, so I can send it to you.
okay, I would appreciate that, thank you, and we'll get back to you about the 24th. I do want to point out, I don't think this is a fluke, so it's pretty clear to us that we're gonna need to start considering larger spaces to accommodate the needs of our bargaining sessions, so I don't know what exactly that's gonna look like. We were thinking maybe high school spaces. Yeah, so just something to put out there while we're thinking about next sessions, and also maybe needing to look at existing dates and alternate spaces as well. Okay.
Anything else, our team?
Okay. I have something to read. I know that we have both experienced a tone shift in our bargain this year, and we want to address a situation that has come to our attention. We were very surprised to be informed from community leaders who are a part of Leadership Beaverton, a group whose purpose states that everyone has something to contribute to the health and success of our communities, about some comments at a recent meeting. We heard that when Leadership Beaverton was planning an event at Beaverton schools, BSD representatives chose to lie to community members and city leaders present regarding BEA, stating that our president and vice president were not allowed in schools, which if were true is a violation of the law. It is also offensive and just an outright lie. They also stated that BEA should not be invited to an event which is scheduled January of 2025 because of tensions being high, implying that there is an expectation, one, that the bargain will still be going in January, but that we will be at such odds that we can't possibly be in the same room together. BEA will continue to actively work toward a settlement, but this flippant comment suggests the district may not share our commitment, and we take this implication very seriously. BEA has recently filed an unfair labor practice regarding previous actions, and this new example is more evidence of violations of labor rights and Oregon law. We have been coming to the table ready to bargain in good faith consistently, and we're hoping you will join us. We look forward to you correcting the record with Leadership Beaverton.
I actually would like to ask a clarifying question. When you say they and leadership, can you give names?
I will not share names if it's okay.
We can't
Of
do
the
anything
Beaverton
with that.
School District representatives.
Oh,
yes,
we can provide names, and in fact, we have communicated to you about them by email. So,
Okay,
yes.
that would be great because we can't,
Susan,
we can't have unless, you know, we have something to work with.
As we just said, Susan has those names. We've already shared an email with her about our concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. And that
And we
concludes our
share
session.
your, I will just say, I'll just speak that we share the commitment to come to agreement and to keep meetings and to get to agreement.
I appreciate that, Susan, but I think that all of BSD leadership needs to hear that loud and clear from your team. Because there's clearly some mixed messages floating around.
Thank you.
And that concludes our session tonight.
Okay, see you next week, I think.
Yep.